Hello. How's it going, everyone? Hope all of you are having a good day today. Alright, so we're doing more Ace Attorney today. Probably gonna finish the first game, because it seems that we're on the last case. And, hopefully it won't take super long. But we'll see. Go ahead and load up the game. We can go ahead and get started. Hi, we're here. Let's go. Alright. Oh, chose us with here. That's funny. Okay. The unspeakable story. Yeah, so what's going on again? I think we actually have a case right now. See? That's why I ate grown-ups. All I do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff from you. Take away stuff from you. Oh, really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, the D let me keep it, after I looked daggers at him for long enough. He went through the pockets and then said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scarp it. Always pays off, getting people to look like you ate them. Can't help feeling that's gonna get you into serious trouble one day. What I really want was that nice shiny disc, mind. The music box disc? Mr. Windibank said it was practically worthless. I think we're gonna go and have another bash. Give him a long, hard stare. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Windibanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. Can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now, taking a statement from Mr. Windibank. But that disc's mine! I had the ticket for this coat and it was in the coat's pocket. And there should be something else and all. That's what the Rotten Cove said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? I'll be delighted to cook, I'm sure. I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. Free food. No, Tom. Oh. Why'd I come around your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? Well. Gotta go fast. Oh dear, she's gone. Haven't reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering. Perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. She had a chance to calm down. I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris and set a place for our potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later too. Sorry? I believe I'll have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting! What is it? You should have to wait and see, Mrs. Sato. Until later, then. Well, yeah, if you say what the surprise is, you're gonna ruin the surprise. Yeah, I guess let's go. Sholmes is sweet. Free food. Oh, so this is what the other side of the room looks like. We haven't seen this yet. So this is Iris's side. Ah, Susie and Runo! Come in, come in. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it! Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am! Preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're still cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess. Well, the lights are shining. Oh dear. It is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Myra seems overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Oh, yes, that does sound like fun. I'm not sure it's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, by the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Oh. Hurley? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize. He gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Hi. You thought this was the release of the first 8 starting games? Clear, I'm correct. These are the prequel games, technically, timeline-wise. But it is a re-release. I think these were on mobile. At least one of them was. Yes, I see. Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes, Early does. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent-child relationship, don't they? Yeah, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. What's the matter, Runo? You have such a funny look on your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. Lost track of the Ace Attorney timeline around the time Apollo Justice came out. Yeah, I only ever played, like, the first games with Phoenix in it. Didn't really get much further than that. I know what it is! Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right? How did you... Hell, Runo, I could read you like a book! This girl's dangerous. She's very dangerous. She makes rocket launchers and grenades and stuff. Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind. Sure. No, that's examine. I don't know why they put examine at the first. Yeah, Herlock Sholmes. So, by Ginny you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although after that trial I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chase after her down the back alleys. Interesting idea of friendship. They're just playing tag. With deadly weapons. And I have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed. Is this actually taking place in Victorian England, or does it just look like it? Yeah, it kind of is. Like, timeline-wise, this is like Japan has, like, just reopened their country. And our characters are, like, some of the first people to leave. To go somewhere else. Now we're in England! Oh. There's so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow. Suppose this means you let Mrs. Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyway. Hardly always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Poor Hurley. Ooh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. So if she actually does come, it's free fruit. It's free food. You can't turn that down. I'm sure you've been wondering why he doesn't live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents? My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Like dead or... Oh, yes. You answered that immediately. Mommy passed away when I was born. And around the same time, my father... Well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh. Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together. Wait a minute. Should have mentioned that before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there. Really? He recorded them all. So, you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner? Whoa. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases? Oh, yes. I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look at the chest, but that only made me want to look even more. So I opened it up. I found your father's memoirs. Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then you told me, that's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. Cyrus's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. If this is going where I think it's going, this is an ironic twist of fate. After I could live with Hurley all my life, I was tiny when he took me in. So, it came as quite a shock. And Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy, I mean. Must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you at such a young age. Hurley said it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh? Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say there's ways have rubbed off on me. There's some things I could just see. Especially lies. I almost always know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I'd read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, actually. I always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved a case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. Oh. It was quite a shock for everyone. You can say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy's Dr. John H. Wilson. So... that was the murder victim of the very first case in the game. Yup. The very first case of the game, he was the victim that was murdered. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could earn a doctorate as well. As his father went to some distant land. He's a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right. Visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. And the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before he left Japan. Mrs. Sato. Yes. Perhaps you shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. Yeah, probably, shouldn't let her know about all that. I think that would be for the best. Ah, my dear fellows! How good to see you! Oh, he's back. Mr. Sholmes! Why haven't you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? Hmm? My violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madam? Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Mr. Sato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilded's disc. Oh my. Then what's it doing here? You steal it from police evidence? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo. I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny. Yep. Ooh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be a pickpocketing assistant. And Rito could be our go-to lawyer if we ever get caught. Right. Plus, Susan's such beautiful handwriting. She could write all our menacing crime notifications. Yes, I'd be delighted. I'm just gonna pretend this conversation never happened, I think. Besides, our pickpocketing expert isn't even here yet. No, we already talked to her. I keep thinking converse is the first option, but it's not. The disc. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes. Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. Would you bribe him? I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh yes, of course. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did, but I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like this. Oh, you made a mold of it? Oh, that's funny. That's amazing. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image of the caramel. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. You made your own? What do you mean? What do you mean you made it? Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution. So, is it also for eating, or is it just for making imprints? How extraordinary. Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. Simple press, its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Oh, this guy. Yes, it sounds illegal. Very. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what amount of music would issue from the disc when played. What if it's, like, not music, it's actually just, like, a secret message that's, like, giving us vital clues? Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What music does the disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? Oh, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Runo? Oh. There we go. Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a cone. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music box to be invented used a rotating cylinder with some protuberances on it. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce and be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music, even with no performers present. But it's the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. Are each of them made, like, differently, I'm guessing? What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one's firm's music box does not match that of the other. We have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There's no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. I see, so that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. Oh. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. Oh yeah, jammin' beats. So, I'm presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one? That's early for you. Always taking things too far. But, my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to huge volume music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? My god. Magnus be gilded. Not what I'd expected to hear again so soon. Yeah, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Oh, getting a flashback to that too. It's been a while. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows, still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. With the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence of the trial, the newspapers are still claiming it remains an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fried Mason. Oh god, these guys. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. Though he was up to something. Although Mr. McGill was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. He was laughing like a madman at the end of that. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time to start getting things ready for dinner, I think. Jeannie will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let's be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious for the pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right. Oh, that reminds me. Something Mr. Winterbank said before. He said they had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe. So, you heard about that, did you? I expect you're as incensed as I was. Oh, yes. The idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Winterbank's storeroom, gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it. More secure than a bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be the occasional mix-up. Caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds so exciting! The Hound of the Baskervilles! I should love to read it. Ah! What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Was she not supposed to know the title of it? Uh-oh. Susie, what'd you just say? You said The Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's because Mr. Sato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. Probably. But Runo, The Hound of the Baskervilles, has never been published. What? I showed Hurley the manuscript. He told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. Sato? That's why I said they keep it safe. Till it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. That's why the manuscript's at Windibanks. And yet, how could Susie here know its title? She got an interesting telegram. Well, Hurley, what's going on? Ah! Was it Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Cool, I guess we're putting that off until later. Don't worry about it. Not important. Miss Lestrade. This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going. Oh. No, wait! Miss Lestrade. I'm eagerly waiting your arrival. Yeah, we had caused a bad time. Haven't we, Iris? Oh my god. Oh, yes! Just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come on in. What say you to some meddlesome? I won't take no for an answer. Meddlesome it is, then. Oh, Kitty! Kitty's back. Kitty. The gang's all here. That evening, I was prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all to steal things from her without being noticed. Oh, wow. Yeah, this can only end well. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. Nothing could possibly ruin this nice moment. Nothing at all. Definitely not. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Axel's cooking was truly divine. It feels like I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Yeah? You sure want to try that? Naruhodo-san, can I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Sasato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Ah, the one that I read first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What summoned? What do you mean? The telegram's from Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart asked to see me. You specifically? The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? Uh-oh. Sasato, did you do something? I have no idea. I suppose you'll find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Did you kill someone? Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends! Ah, Iris. Hello again. Oh, Gina's here too. And Gina too! Yes, she's gonna stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Is that right, Jeannie? Well, yeah. How lovely. I think a pot of tea. Look at us all being friends. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? All those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful? You mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had all fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? Think of wicked natural talent! I could earn a living from it! You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, it brings you up to our humble quarters this late hour. Well, you see, I came to return this. Oh, you stole it! Wait, what? That's mine! Oh my, however did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh, it's still in our court record. I thought it'd be gone. Yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though. Thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny? I think I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer that would live in a place like this. Yes, me too. Seems as though Iris here. Still something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. What did you do? Did you break in? Susato-san? Uh-oh. Nope, stop. The second option. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. A little more time? For what? Alright, I understand. Hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh, no, not at all, Iris. Not at all. I don't know what all this is about, really, but... It's a story you made up, is it, Iris? This mantle script or whatever you called it? It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's? That's right. I suppose I mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but... My dad was Hurley's assistant once. His partner. Huh? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I studied them and wrote my stories based on what actually happened. So, what's your old man now, then? 6 feet under. He had to go away on urgent business, to faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So, I've never really met him. Oh, right. Come to think of it. I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we'd ask her. Ah. Are you going to adopt another child? Well, she's not really a child, but still. Well, yeah. Hound of the Baskervilles. Harris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story. Think that's another tale inspired by your father's accounts? That's right! I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean. Oh, how? I don't really know. But honestly special in some way. Because after I'd written it and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. That's the first time I've ever seen him like that. It pains to have to say this after you toiled over for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time. Under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works! I'm not at liberty to say. Not now. So please, do not ask me. Something went wrong here. Alright then, I won't. I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And that's how the manuscript came to be Mr. Windibank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. It's mean, that's what it is. Keeping secrets like that. Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? He said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it. Which honestly had been a very good reason. I think so too. You're a little too trusting for your own good. But he can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? Can we talk to Gina about it? She all shadowy. Well, let's ask about your parents. I realize I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, these stands full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us the minute we're born. Not even our mums. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, heaven's my life. I love it. Get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. I always thought it'd make everything right. But I haven't listened to what I was just said. Sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. This is getting uncomfortable real quick. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris. So why is Sholmes a lying, cheating scoundrel? Gina, what do you mean by you said you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, you reckon he pops that mantle script or whatever, right? But come on! That's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. The story was really in old Windibank's storeroom. There's no way someone halfway around the world. In other words, you could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. Guess they ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't a Windibank's. You'd soon see if you had a look. You don't think you can trust him. I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. Oh man. If I'm honest, I've wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. And I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Oh my goodness! Look at the time! Come along, Ginny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. And please, don't mention this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night, then. Well, Iris. Sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo-san. Okie dokie. Time to sleep. Dr. John H. Wilson. Howard's his father. But also, the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. Can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Well, the one that did it was also an English student. Is that connected? We never did get resolution on what happened to her. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina. She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. Probably decided to go home, no? I think not. If I'm speaking to her before she retired. I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting Mrs. Sato. No, I don't believe the girl's gone home. But I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you'll indulge me. Look out the window, my dear fellow. Out the window? What's this about? Oh. Lights are on in there. Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windibank's... Oh no. It's simple. That story was really an old Windibank storeroom. There's no way someone halfway around the world. In other words, you could know about it. Oh, she's gonna steal it for us. Sorry, Iris. If you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Could she have gone? It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Miss Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh, no, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once! Oh, at once! Mrs. Sato. Toward Windibanks. It's open! And the lamp is burning. Must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. Oh! They spilled ketchup on the calendar! No! Oh, yes. There is! Oh, God. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Oh, no. What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! But... After them! Go! Right. Blast! I've lost them. Hello, what do we have here? The alarm was just raised for this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windibanks. Don't tell me Sherlock Sholmes gonna die. He better not.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruhodo!
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
Do it. Was Mr. Windibank killed? Yep, he was. Oh.
It's Gina!
Yeah, this is bad. This is real bad. Well, that could have gone better. Could have gone better. Ah! I'll be alright, Mr. Naruto. After them, go! Behind that door, the storeroom. Hurry! Oh god. She has the gun in her hand. She's gonna be framed for it. Yup. Yuppers. That's bad. From that moment, Windabank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and questioning. Just before dawn, before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B. Yikes. Oh, Iris. A telegram came, but all it said was, wait at home. Oh, yes, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. Simply possible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Runo? Oh, Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. Oh boy, this is gonna be uncomfortable. Isn't it? It's hard to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windabank is dead. He was shot, discovered in the early hours of the morning. Uh-oh. Yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw those police carriages pulling up outside his shop. So I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Windabanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran onto the street and I chased after them, but they got away. So it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windabank, I suppose? Hell no, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh, why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. Ginny? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that! I know. None of us think she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry. There is nothing I could do. I'll just get to Gina's arrest first, since she was just asking about that. I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the 2 thugs that are at the scene? Why, they're the prime suspects. After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, I mean, Mr. Chalmers isn't dead, Iris. This is all so horrible. The thing is, Mr. Windabank is found on the floor of the storeroom where he keeps all the deposit articles. The strong door is locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no! According to the detectives who investigate afterwards. Don't tell me. There was no one else in the room? Yes, exactly. How'd you know? It's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Runo? Well? What can I say? Darned if I agree, darned if I don't. So where's Hurley then? He's still there investigating the scene? Oh, I guess we kind of did this out of order, didn't it? You really have to have some breakfast. It's not going for the missed meals. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to hospital this morning. What? Well, when I entered Windabank's, gun was fired and he took a bullet. Hurley was shot? No. It's alright. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Sinner's. Attending him there. I must see him! At once! Sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. Well, not directly. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. Preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. Barazon was going, oh yeah! Susato was summoned to Lord Chief Justice. It's 2 thugs from Mr. Winterbank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It's pitch black inside the shop at the time. I went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go! After that, I ran out into the street, but... well, they were long gone. I should have hesitated. So sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them... you might have been shot as well, Runo. That is a good point. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. What did happen to Susato? Where's Susie, Runo? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. Police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. Mr. Susato stayed behind the scene attending Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Ah, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. Inspector Gregson allowed me greeted me leaving early. You should have let me know and I would have come to the station. Afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment. I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Jean are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Runo. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Oh yes! I'd love to! Jean's at the prison. Mrs. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget to visit the crime scene. We conducted a thorough investigation. I can see you're ready for action. Imagine I would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. So let's go there last. No, I'm joking. Let's go. Let's play. Oh, look at this dingy looking hospital. Hurley! Oh! He's not here! No, that's strange. Nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley's being a big baby. The bullet wound was that bad out for all, so he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not. There's no question that was a fairly serious injury Mr. Sholmes suffered. Oh. Hello, hello. What have we here? Is that Mr. Sholmes? Oh, it's not Bobby. This warded off limits. No visiting. So what are you doing in here, eh? Well, I'll have you know. We're Hurley's next of kin. Eh? Oh, well, begging your pardon then, ma'am. Sir? A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. The great mystery solver is a mysterious family, eh? If that's how you see us, sure. Where's he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he's currently in the operating theater, ma'am. Undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It has been several hours since he went in. Oh dear. Is he going to be alright? Well, doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. Oh. I've heard a report that the gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Guess we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. Alright. Prison time. This is not looking good, man. Hello, Gina. They let her keep that? That's not a good look for you when you are being accused of shooting someone else. Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. I wish you wouldn't point at me all the time, though. What are you here for? Ginny, I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So I think I might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry. You heard. Get lost. Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. If I saw me chance, I'd stick in a pawn shop any day of the week. Just see what I can lay my hands on, get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Ginny, I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by before I said be a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She can't be staring at me anymore, obviously, if she tried. Why are you being like this, Ginny? Legal representation. I don't understand, Gina. Why'd you send the public defender away? Wanted me to sign some papers, representation papers or something like that. It's not gonna be rigged anyway. The whole trial. They pin on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because it's how it always been for me growing up in the back slums. My whole life. Do what the grown-ups tell you, and get your mates dragged off by the coppers. Or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Been told I nearly snaffled on the back of it. You can't trust no one. That's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass. Dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could. Forget it. Ginny? Don't you trust Ryuno? Nah, I don't. She just said trust no one, to be fair. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Can you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbroker's. There's nothing to tell. I figured pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. The old bloke walked in me and you know the rest. But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? Place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. What'll be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to lies, I have the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? Are you gonna lie about telling some lies? What do you mean before, Gene? We said you're the biggest liar of the lot. Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Ginny, please. Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Kitty! Something to remember me by. Oh wait, that was on the that was on the desk. Photographic print. Really adorable cat. Oh, I bet it has a message on the back or something. Found one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point in me having it. I wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in a pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Ginny. Hold on, let's check that immediately. What's on the back? Oh. Look on the back of this print here. Something written on it. 13th February, 9 p.m. Article deposited, 1 small box. Note amount paid, 10 shillings. Redemption deadline, 13th April, 9 p.m. This photograph and print is a redemption ticket. 13th February. That could be significant. It was just 2 days before the murder in the omnibus, wasn't it? A small box. Doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Bruno, first if McGill installed the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article. So do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? Yes. Something McGilda deposited. We need to investigate. Well, who's going to be in charge of the pawnbroker shop now? Who's going to be in charge of all that? Alright. Pawnbroker. Oh, yep, they're all over the place. No, the lamp! This is where it happened then, last night. That's right. 2 thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place, looking for valuables. But, apart from the policemen in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone's the police, you seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals, all dressed in black. Oi! I heard that! Gregson. Oh, Inspector. Good morning. Suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. Got the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the 2 rogues get away, mind. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you would assign extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming. I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see he has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctor in the capital tend to him as we speak. And I don't think it's Runo's fault the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Would you believe it? It's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, where are my manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice. Some nice refreshing fruit juice. Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me. If you'd like some. Oh, I take it a big sippy. I'll take a big sippy too. Not of tea, but of water. Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. I really hit the spot, your ladyship. I didn't recognize him like this. Now I recognize him. He's got the chips back in hand. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Very simple case, this. Some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina? You're going to charge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge and the bailey tomorrow. Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid. Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you? What the? And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you? How would you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested 2 men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes, they were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison? She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted a key from the jailer, of course. Nope. Eating all the chips. Oh! It refilled it. It refilled. Look at that. Infinite food. You know, say anything, Mr. Sholmes? What's the condition?
Sorry, not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential.
Well, I know he's being operated on St. Sinners. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know. Well, he's currently being operated on.
I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visit at all.
Oh.
The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He looked a fair bit of blood.
Oh, no.
Didn't seem too bad the first hour or so. But a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down.
Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know.
Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. You gotta stop that bleeding.
But he'll be alright, won't he? He'll be able to make him better?
Oh, of course, your ladyship. He'll be right as rain before you know it.
Really? How do you know?
Yeah, how do I know? Well, because, of course. Ah, yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why.
Better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear, please don't die early.
I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear sound for the operating theatre.
Her ladyship, what's all that about, huh? I couldn't help noticing, Inspector.
What? Out with it, sunshine!
Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris.
Watch the sauce, Senny. I'm a copper. We don't go in the favoritism.
But he's right. You do treat us differently.
Because those adventures of Verloc Sholmes stories, that's why.
Oh.
Crop up on him, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson.
Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. Why'd you write about the Inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really.
One of Sholmes' lines. Gregson's as smart as Scotland Yarders. That's how he put it.
Oh, did I write that?
And you know what that one line did for me? Eh? The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell ya.
Oh, that's amazing.
All because everyone at the yard reads them. They read all the Verloc Sholmes stories. They've even set up a fan club for me.
Of course, that explains everything. That was around that time he became such a toady to me.
Can you blame me? All it takes one bad word for you and Sholmes can change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think what happened to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost to worrying about it.
But that would never happen, Greg Z.
Every month when a new Rants magazine comes out, my hands are tremulous and turn the pages.
Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. Take another big sippy. Ah, lovely. So very much. They really hit the spot, your ladyship. Teetotal.
Oh, yeah, there's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Miss Narhoda.
Yes, what is it?
I've got an important message for you. Clean forgot about until now.
Important message? I wonder what it could be. Gonna tell me what this important message is then, Inspector?
Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side. Your assistant.
Dear Susie, is she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe?
Nope, not anymore. She had to head off.
Head off? Where?
To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her.
Ah, yes, of course. Forgotten about that.
One of the whipstocks took her there in the yard carriage and finished questioning her. Just as to tell her she didn't have the fare for the return journey, to go and meet her there. She's got a nerve, use Scotland Yard as a bloomin' messaging service.
I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. I had to head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. Okie dokie. Let's actually look around a tiny bit. The lamp! Alright then, let's see what we can uncover.
Oi! What do you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything in here.
Oh, but we were hoping to investigate.
This is a crime scene, for Pete's sake. No touching.
What's the problem, Gregsy? Ryuno's a lawyer, you know that.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship. Ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are a thorn in my side. Of course, if Miss Naruto had been properly appointed by the accused, that'd be another matter.
Accused?
If you could show me some representation papers, I'd be only too happy to let your nose around.
Did you hear that, Ryuno? You need Ginny to sign some representation papers. Presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. And Ginny doesn't seem too keen on signing any papers. Love that. Alright. What's the bad news gonna be here, huh? Something's gonna go wrong. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. You think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust? Thank you very much. I don't know who's talking to who. There they are, Susato-san and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious.
Very good. There's nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland.
What? Wait, what did you just say? Your return to your homeland? Susato-san! Oh, the birds. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo! What was all that about?
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, thank you for coming to collect your colleague.
What's all this about? Why are you talking about Susato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? I figured it'd be something like that, where she had to leave. Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial? You mean... she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Is Iris gonna be our like new assistant? Susato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. And I think it can continue just as it has. That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no! Professor Mikotoba. If I may? Yes, sorry?
You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news.
10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. Cause is apparently unknown. Seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it.
As you're aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, would take some 50 days. Thought it'd be prudent to hasten Miss Susato's departure as much as possible.
Yes, absolutely. I'll leave London first thing tomorrow morning. Can't believe this is happening. You're not gonna be around for the trial. So Gia's been charged? She have to appeal in court? Appear in court? Yeah, she's formally charged a few hours ago. The day of the trial's already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later?
Gina? Ah, the Strahd girl, the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. An altered transmissions case. The pickpocket was cleared to disturb mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the art is overstretched as it is without wasting time in these open and shut cases.
It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart.
In deference of your fine service to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave, now.
Of course, Lord Strongheart.
Colonels will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. Police can ill afford the time it takes to reveal all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. There are far more serious matters in which to contend.
Serious matters? I think Gregson mentioned something like that yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday.
It's no concern of yours, but I'm sure I need to remind you of that.
Man.
3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me.
There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart.
Which is...
It's Mrs. Strahd's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her.
a timely suggestion.
Sorry?
The girl currently has no representation.
But that's not fair! Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial.
Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right.
How'd she do that?
Why she would do well to direct to Miss Lestrade. We'll find her at the local prison.
Yes, thank you. We already went there, so this is kind of a weird order of doing this.
Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you.
What a day. She in charge of the murder, Sasada's not about to leave. Come, Miss Naruhodo, Iris. We must make haste. But Susie! You're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? So Mr. Naruhodo's judicial system, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. It's a very pensive look. I think we have to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I have to do what I can as a lawyer. Nope. Now the ambient gears. This is what the Lord Chief Justice hears on a daily basis. And he definitely seems normal. Back here again. Could we have just not gone here at all and just only gone here one trip? I wonder. Ah! Hello again, Gina. What are you lot here for now? Have the muzzle that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition in that thing, don't I? Look! You can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. Something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Yeah? Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Jeez. Never again. Right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it'll be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They've put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? I guess we greatly have to say goodbye to my friends, but they're so clearly unhappy. Because of you. It's all your fault. Whoa, it's my fault? Yes, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now. I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Eh? Only by doing that will he truly be as alone as you claim to be.
What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh?
You tell us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what we said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruto and ours the truth now. That's my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant.
No, I can't. How these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? The one from Agnes McGilda was acquitted. Case of a mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. Recalled as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? It's probably one of the things, at least. Yeah, you're right. Because that trial... I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Tell us about it now? Tell us the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Like he said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand. Based on our testimony, Mr. Gill was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. Did Mr. McGilda actually kill him? It was pitch black in the little cubbyhole. I couldn't see a thing. And then... I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. That's when Mr. McGilda discovered you. Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. Wasn't much like to see by, but when I looked at my hands, I had to cover the blood all over them. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gia the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight? Then Mr. McGilda started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, we did, only that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you how? He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I heard. About what he was going to do after the cove was found dead. Made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scar before the coppers showed up. He actually did, didn't he? Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Oh boy. You said McGilda made you swear not to tell anyone about what you saw. You were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, and Mr. McGilda's sitting above your head if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but... That's when I heard the thud of the coffin sitting in the floor. Let out a little scream, see? Couldn't help it. Mr. McGilda heard that and dragged me up by my arm. That's when I saw it. I was on the floor next to the old geezer who had been stabbed. A disc all bright and shiny. Oh? A disc? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. Well, what the deed took off me at Winterbanks. So the music box disc we see on the floor of the omnibus. Not for long. Mr. McGilda spotted it straight away. He picked it up smartish and stuffed it in his inside pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago, seeing Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog trotter told me. I wanted to mutter a word of it to no one. Yikes. Because it's so dark I didn't see in the cab. I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that was McGilda getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh, so I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that was Mr. McGilda and the victim. Mr. Thrice-fired Mason. His testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilda claimed he slept during the carriage ride. I would have no courage. Take it with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it.
And your own testimony, Gina, supported his.
All I could hear was the Irishman snoring.
Yeah, that wasn't exactly true. Neither of them were asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time, low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels were too loud. That still tells us something. Mr. McGill and the victim knew each other. So McGill was lying as I suspected. What happened afterwards? I knew it wasn't going to take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you're quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGill told me the eye done back under the seat again. Climbed in and waited. 2 cars from up top ran to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right. After they'd gone, Mr. McGill had asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor?
Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas.
Nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It's Windibank's. The coachie snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as he could. So there was no one left in the carriage. Gil had opened the box under the seat. He let me get out of there, but not without conditions. I see. Or Mr. McGillard's conditions, then. Let you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul. Not for anything. But what I saw and what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more. Yeah. This is the most important thing, he said.
I'll have to send the coachman a little errand for me, with some small change in hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all?
Yes, to go pop your weasel, right?
Aye. The fiend's taking me over to deposit with the pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand?
What? You want me to have the ticket?
That's right. I'll come fetch it from you later. Sometime in the next 2 months. You're to hang on to it until then. Is that clear? Whatever you do, don't lose it.
All right, then.
And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop, Windibank so it is, and you're to extend the loan after the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited, and any old fiend can come along and buy it.
But I ain't got that kind of brass.
Here's £5. That'll be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now. If you go against me...
Yeah, I get it.
Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt.
The coppers?
Aye. I'll come and ask you to take the stand in court, testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you might say, and what it is that you won't?
Jeez, what is this all leading to? Oh. After we'd gone over it all, I piked it. Got as far away from there as I could. He had the pawnbroker sticking some bushes near the scene. Went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGill had planned it. And coerced you into giving false testimony. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom. Told some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. Oh, was he gonna buy up everything? What a wicked man. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us. It was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. So you mean Mr. McGill would have... In an heartbeat. Could have had a lot of us chased out of there if he wanted. And then where could we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm four now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. A favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Eh? You don't actually want me to represent you in court. You can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mrs. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? I heard he's having a big operation right now, Ginny. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right? That's why I want to investigate. For Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's gonna be happy. Is that it? Something like that. Mrs. Sato? Yes, of course. Have the representation papers here. Gina? Gina? But I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer or nothing. Sure. Whatever you say. Poor Ginny. She seems so lonely. We got it. Well, at least the Shamim can investigate the scene at Windibanks now. Yes. And perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there. If she's, like, still here. I feel like I finally cracked Gina. She's helping up towards the last. Never representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. You know, for now, Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating Windibanks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Yeah. Well, too bad for him. Get over it. Okay. Investigation Part 4. We aren't even to the trial yet. This might actually take a while. Windibanks Pawnbroker. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello, Greg Inspector. Do you have a minute, please?
What is it now? You should go home and get some rest.
Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers.
Your ladyship! How? I don't believe it! How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragamuffin to sign that? I salute you! That's good work, that is!
I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. What's in that tea, I wonder? Ah, lovely. Let's see now. Yes, yes, I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Be alright to investigate the scene of the crime, then?
Do as you please. You know what happened. Through that door behind the counter.
Awesome. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina.
Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then.
You investigating the storeroom as well, Inspector?
If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. There's so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the yard needs to investigate urgently.
Now, so we had Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before.
So what I'm saying is, don't get on me feet, sunshine.
Okie dokie. Come then, let's not waste any time. I do want to investigate one thing in here, though. Ah, look here. Oh, yeah, it's a bullet hole. I can see the bullet still lodged in the wall. I didn't know the calendar bled. Presumably Mr. Windibank was practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Ah, well. Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry. It's all there in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It's quite a dangerous pastime. Doesn't do it often. Shouldn't even do it once. Forget that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet. Made the calendar bleed. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? Suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! Maybe we'll be able to help with that. What? There's nothing outside of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo? I feel I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it. You see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So, you need this. Oh no, what is that scary-looking thing? Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Oh my god. It turned into ecto-cooler. Oh, the color of the bloodstains changed. There! Does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good! Works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful. The chemical in fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is you're looking at. In a flash. Oh, that is interesting. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding great. So whose blood are we looking at then? Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so... just find someone whose blood turns the same color. You'll know who it belongs to. In a flash. It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? 1 flash or 2, this could well turn out to be a very valuable clue. So you must make a note of the court record. Blood sample portfolio. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. Blood analysis, we're doing this early in time. As long as I have reagent left, sure. Alright, let's move. Oh, we probably have to examine the door. Behind that door. Look at that dog! Get a load of that dog. It's a storeroom. Storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregsy said. Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. With a little window in the door. Mr. Winterbank face down on the floor, Gina beside him. As the accused legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course, and we will. And that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry, if there are clues in there, I'll find them. Okie dokie. Now can we move? There we go. Ooh. Oh, we can check his blood. See if it's the same as on the calendar. Well, the calendar was ecto-cooler. What's this gonna be? Take it a sippy. Poor Iris, she's clammed it completely. I was bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Winterbake's life was taken in this very room only last night. Oh. Hi. Ah! Wait, Inspector!
What's it now, Sunshine?
Take one look at me and tried to run away.
Think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from a jumped-up low defense lawyer, do you? Well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, it's the thing. Didn't know what to say to her.
So you weren't running away from me, you're running away from a 10-year-old. Yeah. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector.
Yeah? Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead.
That's the opposite of helping. That's the worst they could possibly say. What's your problem, Gregson? I don't think that went very well.
Why? Look, I'm in the middle of investigation here, Sunshine. I told you not to get on my feet.
My God. We have investigating to ourselves. Yes, I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. And inquiring how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. Let's converse with you first. Let's hear about the operation. Though we should probably go in order for these. Gregsy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he?
Well, the thing is,
Don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is...
No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well...
Out with it!
Yes, ma'am! They use something called a general anesthetic. The latest thing renders the whole body insensitive.
The whole body anesthetized. Is that even possible?
It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep.
Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we could just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction.
The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. I couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, so I hear. Now the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently.
Oh my!
No one knows if the anesthetic's still in the system, or the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch till he comes around again.
Hurley.
The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you.
What a surprise. When it matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. He needs his beauty sleep. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Pshaw, you got eyes, haven't you? Use them. It is what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less.
Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Oh, yes, your ladyship, do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, at shortly after the hour 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door of the store was found locked from the inside.
So it's locked from the inside. The lock appears to have been broken now, though. Is that the police officer's doing?
Quite right, ma'am. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in, as humbly as possible.
Oh.
As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thus-wise. Next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child.
Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world.
She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious.
And I'm afraid to say, she had a gun that was used in her hand.
No. Yeah, that's, assuming it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now.
In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well.
What? The key to the storage room? And you say the store room had been locked from the inside, Inspector?
Correct. All of which leaves our ladyship's friend in somewhat of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that's all sort of misunderstanding.
Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Alright, let's investigate. Let's check the blood, see what color it turns. Use the marking position of the body with a chalk line. Oh, Mr. Windibank. He was a nice old man.
Well, he was shot just once through the heart. Most likely, the fellow died instantly. Would have felt a thing.
I guess. He's still dead, though. Must be his blood, then. Ah! I don't like to ask such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. I love Iris's theme so much. Turn into Gatorade. So now we know the color the chemical turns when it reacts to Mr. Winterbank's blood. Doesn't match our analysis of the blood stain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add the sample to the others we've already collected anyway. So how exactly is it going to stand up in court? I guess they'll, like, brand new technology. This is a revolver, a real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon. You should take Mr. Winterbank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You really look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Winterbank with this yesterday, didn't we? Pointing it at his head. I shall have to take my own life. Yep. Must be the same gun. Last night, I'll look through the spy hole in the door of the storeroom here. That's the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Winterbank told us he's never had a single bullet load in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired. You can be fairly certain only a single shot was fired from his revolver. Oh, I had a theory. This is gonna sound silly, but what if this gun's bullet is in the calendar outside? And a different gun was used to shoot him. I wonder if they're gonna do something silly like that. What's in here? Of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Ah! What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript has been kept in. Oh! Iris' unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this... Sorry, Iris. You asked me, you sold it. Without telling you. We must check inside the box, at once! Yes. Ah! It was there! Iris' story was there! Really, it was. Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believe verily what he said he deposited here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because it's not a very well hidden frown. Well, you can take a look at this. Ooh. His name was Pop? And anything special on it? The Hound of the Baskervilles. How does Sato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? Suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. Did she break in here? Or, as I've said many times, she's a mind reader. She read their minds. I knew it. Anything else around here? Bicycle. Is this all we can do, or... I guess not. Anything else around here that's important? Oh, these articles have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many things there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, Even some enormous paintings, look! A piece of different people's lives, quietly gathering dust in here together. Something very peaceful with the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shuffling around.
Not much I can do about that, Sunshine.
Yeah. Articles. We still check something here. Iris? Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so that was it. Let's go back outside then. The main shop. Did we examine this properly? No, we didn't. I thought I did. Here's the article ledger here. Mr. Wind makes notes and... What's this? Someone's left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look on the back. There's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie. Show us.
Oh, blood.
February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited, 1 gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th April, 10:30 p.m. Gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Here's a very fine coat. In fact, I think... Yes, this must be a ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing. Which belonged to Miss McGilded. I expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though.
Look at this!
Soonest bank just used whatever piece of paper you happen to have on hand. Kitty. That's a very polygonal cat. This photograph of a cat. Looks very familiar, doesn't it? Sure, I've seen the exact picture somewhere else recently. Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. The same as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course. It's strange that she gave us that print. What are you waiting for, Miss Naruhodo? Get it out! Alright. It's Cog's turn. Wait a minute. Oh! What if we use... I was gonna say, that cat, the left cat looks like it's looking a different direction somewhat. Oh, they definitely are. Yeah, these are for use in the stereoscopic thing. I've got it! These 2 photographs hide an amazing secret! Secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once! Do you really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. Tell us. I mean, I already know what it is, but... Sorry, it's about these 2 photographic prints. The ones you found here on Mr. Winamake's counter, and the one Gina gave us before. That's an amazing secret message hidden between these 2 identical prints. They're not identical. Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry. If you look carefully, the 2 prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not. Have another look at them now. Can you see how they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. Very subtle, though. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the 2 prints? Ah, well, it's because they're set, you see. No, I don't. This pair of photographs. It's meant to be used as a stereoscope. Everyone in London's raving about them at the moment. A stereoscope? I feel as though I've heard that word before recently. Oh, yes! That's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. You see? There it is, just over there. Ah, yes, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Oh, well, actually... It's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures, even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful! Then I'll be able to tell you! She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. Tell us. Have you ever considered, Rito, how eyes see depth of the world around us? Well, I just open them, and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes? Shocking. Two of them. If you're closing one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye. Ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seem to shift slightly. I bet, like, the bobbies are looking at us like idiots. Like, we're just opening and closing our eyes one at a time. Like, what are those guys doing? Silly looking. That's how we sense depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? Does so much without telling me. Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs. There's a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'll be able to see depth of these prints. Yes, Runo, you're beginning to understand. Stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can, really. I assumed you have to go cross-eyed, and I called them at the right distance. Let's try it. See if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go. Sato-san really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes, that's the main thing. Can you both do that? Cross my eyes? I think I can. Watch me, and see if you can copy. Oh god, that's bad. That's cursed. I don't like that. Make your eyes do this. That is very cursed. I don't like this. Please stop. Stop. I don't like that. There, how's that? Wonderful. Now it's your turn, Runo. Try to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. I dislike this very greatly. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the prints. Now I'm curious if their models have concave or convex eyes. Start by staring at one print, slowly crossing your eyes. You see two overlapping images like this. You try now, Runo. Just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose. Did the print split into two images for you? Now the next step. Let's put the pair of prints side by side like this. Then try crossing your eyes again. Which will slowly merge together until they form a new single image in the center. Oh yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see it in the middle now. It looks so real! I can look at it all day. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Runo. Pretend you're looking through the two pictures. Slowly cross your eyes. Just position your eyes till two images overlap exactly in the middle. I can see why this game probably started on mobile. It's kind of hard to do when it's on a 1080p screen right in front of me. Like, this is it? Yeah, I couldn't quite do it, personally. There, you managed it. So now you know how stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So, what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo? Certainly amazing, but he just needs to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others. But that's why contraptions like this exist, for people to find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? Right there. If I remember correctly, press this little knob here. set the pair of photographs in the stand at the back, Aunt. Still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, it seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. These little machines are so affordable. Sure, there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. That's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. Never even heard of them until yesterday. Certainly don't know a lot about them. However, it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. Is this foreshadowing? Well, let's look at the second one because there's blood right here. Miss Naruto, I don't know if you've noticed, there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Sasato sound had picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. She shows to her before I forget. Oh, we need to present it. The present! Oh, that looks like blood! I'd say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Runo. You can leave the rest to me. What color's gonna be? Purple stuff. Look at that. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? You simply must add the portfolio blood samples. Be an important clue. Although, it'd be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Yeah. Oh, this particular stain of blood. Oh, you had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? Do I know? No idea. How could I? We don't have a known sample of the same color. That's impossible to know. If I had to put a name to it... Oh, how very vexing. I wonder... What? But it's true the color doesn't help us. What about considering how the mark came to be there in the first place? I have an idea about that. Might do you, Runo? How do you keep staring at me like that? No. Let's try that again, shall we? Like a stain of blood. Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? No idea. Okay, who wears gloves? Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color turned, but with a little deduction. That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? You first, Runo. Who do you think it belongs to? Alright, I believe that this is the blood of... I'm pretty sure it's gonna be McGilded. Because the gloves. Mr. McGilded? Yes, after all, this redemption ticket belonged to him. Oh, you don't think... You mean that during the incident on the omnibus? I expect so. It's a very clear print, no small amount of blood. So it must have resulted from a fairly serious accident, such as he might have sustained on the omnibus. Wait, but... if I remember rightly... Oh, right! So it is Thrice Fired Mason. Yep. Alright, let's try this again. The blood was from his glove, but the actual blood is from... Yeah. Whoops, sorry. My brain. What happened? Thrice Fired Mason? You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, in that case. Of course, I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice fired, though. The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice Fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. She'd have brought this ticket here to Windibanks yesterday. I'm suggesting the bloodstain was already on at that time. So just smear blood for the time Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. And there was gloves on his hand. There's blood on the gloves on his hand. Now I ask you, what good hard soul would rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I was about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? Reached out to give the man a hand. So he does like a leather glove thumbprint, this mark. I know that Mr. McGill had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, which we can conclude any blood in the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Ryuno. Very well. Let's make a note of this. Okie dokie. Now what? Anything else we could talk about? Take a look at this again. That's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Bruno? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? Is it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregson to have a word. Harris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. I mean, yeah, there's the shovel. No. It's an awful lot of work to keep all these hundreds of items in pawn. It's too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head, if you ask me. Clearly, Mr. Winterpick is very careful keeping the articles in his care. Anything else? Yeah, these guys. It's that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. Makes you think. Mrs. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday. We're blissfully unaware that this was about to happen. Yes? Okay, it sounds like there's more here. What else is there? Can we show something to Gregory? Gregerson? I know what more there's to do here. It always... like, half the time when I click somewhere, it automatically... like... it automatically selects it even when I don't want it to. When I'm just trying to click somewhere, just like... oh, hey, you want to investigate that? No, I don't. I'm just clicking to see if there's something I can do on it. Let's look around, I think. Anything more in here we can do? Oh, it sounds like maybe. Chairs appear to be here. I believe she must be questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. Was it Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Chinnikov slipped the key from the jello when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my! Why would you do something like that? It'll only make the situation worse. Calm down, Rudo. I was only joking, of course. Oh. You had me worried there. That was a great deduction. Yes, it must be a way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would just throw his head back and guffawed. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mrs. Naruhodo. Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. Try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Yes, come along then, Rudo. Come along, Susie. Okay. What else is there to do here? Can we present stuff to him? Is that what we need to do? Show him the blood stuff? Inspector Gregson, could you give me your opinion about this, do you think?
We don't tend to share, Sunshine, about the general public.
In that case, Gregson, have some herbal tea.
Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. I've really hit the spot, your ladyship.
You don't mind sharing that, then? Okay, then no. Oh no. Oh, did not mean to do that. Look at the court record again. Ugh. I have to, like, very lightly click. It sounds like there's, like, more to do here, but... Is there anything more doing here? These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. It's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who'd buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among the junk, you all know. Are you alright, Bruno? Oh, it's just, well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, can't help wishing you own them. That horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. Horse statue. Well, let's investigate this again, I think. Fairly sure his contraption was received yesterday as well. Here we are. I'm not confident I can get it closed again. Oh, yes! It's a folding stereoscope! Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Solm showed us a picture yesterday. You're supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. That is the great big contraption over there. Ah, well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It's a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There's special shops selling prints you could use in them. I have a little collection myself. Or if I could make money out of these in Japan. I'd be keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. Anything else? Look at this again, maybe. Green blood. Seems wrong somehow. Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. They're pretty pinks or purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different. I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. I'm not going to make the joke. I'm not going to make that reference. If you know, you know, but I'm not going to make that reference. I'm choosing to refrain from it. What else is there to do around here? talk to any of the Bobbies, or he's starting to into this place by the look of it.
Charge for the yard and exchange every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts.
Every article, but that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely.
Been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all in shifts at least, but still. We'll be walking through the night, that's for sure. Even then we'll be able to scratch the surface.
Crime in a pawnbroker's. Must be every policeman's worst nightmare.
It's every cop's worst nightmare, you know. Crime in pawnbrokers.
Well, thanks for that. What else would there be to look at? Probably not in here. Because, like, it... Does this message mean that there's more we're missing? But I wouldn't know what else to look for. Oh. Are we gonna re-find it? We already checked the box. Huh. Do I have to look things up already? I thought I've done everything. I'll just go through some of the other areas first to see if there's anything else we can do. Back to the hospital, maybe? Guess not. Nothing here. Guess I should start getting a walkthrough up, because, it's always one thing. I've always been, like, super close to figuring things out, but, like, yeah, well, hold on. Okay. Let's take a look here. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. Oh. I did have to present more stuff to him. Nope, present. Inspector, what do you make of this?
Ah, what have we here then? Redemption ticket for an article deposit here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery with this ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this ticket for McGilden's overcoat, the one little diver turned up with yesterday.
Oh, actually, no, it's not.
Really? Think you know better than me, do you?
No, I didn't mean to, Rito's right, Grexy. Is it the same ticket?
Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. Never doubted you, lineage-ship.
So, what's all this about then, if I might be so bold as to ask? This is a second ticket.
A second one?
See, Mr. McGilden, in fact, had another article in storage here at Winterbanks.
Is that right?
I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. Okay, here we go. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilden's overcoat.
Eh? You mean to tell me?
Yes, there's more than just the music box disc, it seems.
Should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly.
Well, according to the details of this ticket, Mr. McGilden deposited another article here with Mr. Winterbank.
Yes, I can see it written here. Small box, was it?
Do you have an idea what it is, Grexy? An idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilden. Could be an important clue.
Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please, stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose my marbles, I will. I'll go barking.
This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector.
That's enough sauce for you, Sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, our lunch deadline's already passed, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, of course. Article's only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here, then.
That's right. It's been forfeited.
Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop, where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in the front. Must search them at once.
You're wasting your time.
Oh,
There are dozens of little boxes out there. Hundreds, even. I can't possibly know which one might have been McGilden's. That information's not written on the ledger. Ah.
I think we should at least have a look, just in case.
Of course, your ladyship. Of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure.
Is it getting old? Ryunosuke saying what we're all thinking. Dong. It's 3 o'clock. Ah! I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windermere set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Jin another visit soon. Oh? Her trial's tomorrow. Must establish whether or not you will be defending her. We should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Runo? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be a lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. Deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. You know, one thing we haven't talked about is the cameras that Herlock Sholmes had put up in this place. We haven't talked about those cameras at all. They're going to be brought up at some point, but I'm wondering when. Hey, she's here. Ah, Gina, good. You're back. Ah! The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Yeah? Oh, don't bother me. Didn't bother me. Even the papers you signed before. That we were able to investigate a Windibanks. Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying. I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. Yeah? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. You let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Miss Naruto to represent you. Right, I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. I know what that feels like. Don't worry, it's just so hard to bear. Last chance. Gina, I'd like to thank you for signing these papers. If you want to thank me, you can do it once you got me off the hook. Alright then. Wait, what? Should you be thanking me then? You know what, Mr. Naruto? Any good man would expect thanks to do something a favor. I know that. Yes, trick with words she is with her fingers. Alright, converse. What we've uncovered. Oh, alright then. Blimey, give it the rest of them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Fortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. Miss Naruto and all of us know that you're innocent of this crime. Well, I haven't even managed to work out who the real culprit is. There a number of interesting facts that we've managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Windibanks that night. Looks like I'm gonna have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason. Thrust it in Gina's face. Or I can present it to her calmly, I suppose. Present it?
Calmly!
We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Ah! Oh, right. That's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windibank showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina? Broke open the box containing this manuscript last night. Yeah? You're determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke in the storeroom last night, isn't it? Ah! Why don't you tell us what happened? Please. Well, let's get the representation first, because we gotta do this in order. We already have the representation papers and other documents we need. What I have to do is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Ginny, rip up a chunk of 'em, would ya? The representation papers or whatever they're called. They still ain't fancy enough to have a bin. So, what are you doing in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on my own. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. It's one stubborn pickpocket. Okay, now let's talk about the manuscript. Alright, yeah. This Baskerville story. It's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? It ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least £5,000. What? So you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I wasn't going to sell it. All I want to do is find out if the manuscript or whatever you call it really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris's sake. Isn't that right? We knew why you'd done from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, I saw the manuscript in the storeroom. It reminded me of what you said the night before. Crows do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that manuscript ain't at Windibanks. You'd soon see if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean, I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you. Alright, alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. Why you really did it. It wasn't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest? If he really deposited the manuscript at Windibanks? It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris' life ain't like mine. She got her dad, she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be Otto. That's why she writes her stories. About her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy? You mean, they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner. Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes, we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I ain't all this chummy nonsense, do you? I ain't it! I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarpa. I hadn't noticed it till now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat. There's some very suspicious red stains. What? Why you look at me like that? It might be worth presenting some or other finds in that area of Gina now. Hey, can we check your blood, perhaps? The stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? But blood, Miss Naruhodo? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. This could be blood that spattered from Mr. Windebake when he was shot last night. Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Eh? Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot. Alright, what is it? It is purple stuff. Wait. Purple stuff. Oh, that is Mason's blood. Oh my! What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat's covered in blood. Of course. The black color of the fabric is masking the stains. That's why I haven't seen them until now. And the blood is reactive with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha! Yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? Oh, they're all looking at me. It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Let's all explain what's going on. Stop telling half a story. I see the victim's blood is all over Mr. Gould's overcoat. Bip. On the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony.
Now I ask you, what good hard soul won't rush up a fella bleeding from his stomach? I was about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? You just have to give a man a hand.
That's a lot of blood for just... Look at his overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from Mr. Gillo trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that was what really happened, the blood would have splashed all over the front of the coat. No explanation for this pattern of blood. It's that splat over McGill's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. Tried to run from the truth for long enough. There's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Yeah? Got away with it, too. Because of us meddling kids. So Naruhodo. That horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. Well, he didn't... I mean... He used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How can I have let that happen? Bruno, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGill was innocent? I believe... Or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Weapon. Before I came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. Can't know for sure what's the truth and what's a lie. So I must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all I really have. Unwavering belief? Only what we truly believe is what our clients tell us can we fight with everything you have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. Yes, I believe you, unwaveringly. It's funny, Gina. Oh, sounds like this Empire of Japan you come from. Everyone must be soft. Well, come on, look at the mess it's got you into believing that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped murderer walk free. Well, at least you learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one. Get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for Nora's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away! Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants and all now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. Then I went up there the gone path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Laura's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. No, I can't trust her. Game ends. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you tomorrow's trial. Huh? All you have to bake? Not all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo? Did you hear all what I said before? I'm a born liar. They just trip off me tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you in all sorts of trouble. Why don't you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Because we're friends. Gina, I don't understand why you chose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there's more to this life than you realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Eh? It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. I can promise you this. Whatever happens until my very last breath, I'm completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? Then it's decided. I'll take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparation for tomorrow's trial. It'd be a shame to throw them away now, after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. We should lot our... I don't know what you are. I don't get you. Hey, we did it. All's well that ends well. Except the trial hasn't happened yet. Who knows what's going to happen there. She's taking herself off the back of her cell. She's never admitted it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. Turned out alright in the end, I think. Yeah, but now the trial's going to happen. Is Mr. Van Zeek's... Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once! Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice! Mrs. Sato, somebody's there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody wasn't there before. What? Climb your shop, eh? Up. Climb your shop, eh? I suppose you're using one of those mystic Japanese arts. The art of stealth I heard so much about. If I was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Greg Z! Oh dear me, I'm most terribly sorry, Ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long you been listening in our conversation? Good grief, listening in? No, no, no. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, Ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, allow me to excuse myself now, your Ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye-bye and bye. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat.
I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressed at the minute.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
If I don't get this emergency in the Supreme Court, tell the sharpest, Lord Strongheart, well...
Emergency? Lord Strongheart?
Nothing! Forget I said anything! Anyway, I'm off!
Alright, Greggsy, if you have to. Let's chat soon.
Delighted! Charmed! Can't wait! If you please, my pleasure!
That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. Greggsy's so funny. He says such silly things. So entertaining to see Inspector of the Police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. Anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. Must attend the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Kindly escort us home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. So our investigation came to an end. Sato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Sato-san will be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. So this is gonna be where... This is gonna be where Iris is our judicial assistant. I'm doing air quotes. You can't see it. Is our judicial assistant somehow. Or it's gonna be like, surprise, I'm back at your time of need, Mr. Naruhodo. Mrs. Sato's just back. Naruhodo-san. It's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Sato-san? Today's been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mrs. Sholmes was shot for her eyes. Gina was arrested. All in the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm. And I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task. One final task. Let's do the others first. Because the game doesn't seem to like when we do those out of order. Just 2 months since we arrived in London. I managed to establish this office. I was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I'd be lying if I said I felt no regret. So sorry, Sato-san. Just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know I've only been here a short time, but my limited experience at the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets of people's personalities. Facets? Like a jewel, the light plays off on the complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. Look at you waxing poetic! Out of nowhere, Ryunosuke. We only see a small number of the total facets. What's illuminated is only a small part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? All those facets we cannot see look like. That's what some parts we'll never lay his eyes on for as long as we live. That's so true, bestie. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much. I keep hoping one day it'll all become clear. All the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san, I suppose what matters is I keep our eyes open, keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's an amazing thing it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. I'm sorry, what? Oh, no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Tomorrow's departure. You know what time you'll be leaving in the morning? Yes, picked up my ticket earlier. I should be leaving here at 4 a.m. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. 4 a.m.? Absolutely not. Sorry? Sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you'll find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What do you mean? Oh, my, nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What's that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed in the omnibus. And the Gilded case. Seems to me this case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. Everything else he's had to think about. Sao-san still managed to do this. All neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that I'll bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Sato-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. I'm sorry to say, I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. Oh. Oh. Game, you make me feel sad. Oh, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing my things in my room. Usato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. Hiya! Too late. The takedown. What? No, what was that? A secret technique of mine. The Sasato shutdown. Shutdown? Please, I implore you. We have to voice our goodbyes. I won't be able to hold back my tears. That was quite the shutdown. You're not gonna get up? Sato-san. And he slept in that position all night. Upside down. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina open up to us. Learning the truth about that nemesis of A.K.A. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted. Yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. I forced myself to close my eyes. As a cacophony of scenes in our lives here in London played through my mind. Eventually, my fatigue triumphed. I fell into a deep sleep. Honk shoo, honk shoo, honk shoo. Oh, you're not gonna... I guess we're not gonna save yet. I thought it was gonna be like... Ba-da-dum bump 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 bump. I don't know who's talking here. Oh. Hey! Rest assured, I should put everything in place, exactly as we've discussed. Thank you so much. Honor and pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure's been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. My dear madam. I kind of figured it was Sato, but... But hey! Herlock Sholmes is alive. That's good news. There it is. I was waiting for that to pop up at an inopportune time. There we go. I awoke the following morning. Chisato-san was already gone. No, hold on. Okay, sorry. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets, so it began even longer day than the last. And I'll remember for the rest of my days. Oh boy. It's gonna be quite a trial, huh? Oh, Bailey. Good morning, Gina. Return to prove your innocence today. Sure we can do it. So, where's your friend then? Sorry. You know, wearing the fancy dress. Cesardo, or however you say it. No. Mrs. Sada had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Mrs. Sada and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gina. You only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Oh, good morning, you two. Aw, kitty. Brought the kitty. How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Meow. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Waggy! Get ready to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What I'm gonna do? Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno? Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning. Carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? Bad news is the weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yeah. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. See if the train's delayed, she'll be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I could give a monkeys, really. If only all good news cancelled out the bad. And look, Estrella made the headlines too. Potter broke a pouch of the Pig Purse Punda, see? How do you like that? Let them say what they want, see if I care. I can't because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Rudo will show so everyone this headline is nonsense. I will. And then in tomorrow's paper, the headlines will be Discharged Diver's Dauntless Do-Gooder. Is that right, Bruno? Oh, yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Today's paper. Why is it the court record, of all things? Is the rain gonna be a defining factor in the case? Good luck then, Bruno. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. Oh god. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest. But thank you, Iris. It's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny. Well, I was wondering is all, about Sholmes. They fixed him up all right? Yes, the operation was a great success, but Harley still hasn't come around yet. Clearly he did. He's faking it. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard. He sent a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, well, right. No Sada-san, no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Jill Lestrade counts for the defense. The trial's about to begin. Please make your way in the courtroom. It's time then. Let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Runo. Okay, so she will be joining us. That's funny. Or she'll probably be in the stands or something. Unless she is allowed to be by her side, which is very funny. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. Yo, Bailey. Oh, hey, I saw that person on the left there.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels from the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
Is it gonna be Van Zeeks? Yup, he's here. But why?
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready.
Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service?
It was some 5 years ago, my lord.
Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government.
Really?
Yet today, you chose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel.
He's not gonna tell us, is he?
There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, it just about managed to work that out, thank you. Thanks, McGilded. If I know what a monster he was, I never would have defended him.
And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands on the Far East. The Nipponese.
Oh, he's being racist. Huh? Did you really just say that? He means you now, Rudo. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. That directed solely at me? We're just talking about all Japanese people.
An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, fueled by all London's malefactors.
Your lordship is too kind.
Now, jurors, the 6 you've been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial.
At random? At random? This is not random. Half these people have been in the jury before. Like the last 2 months. How is this random?
Former lieutenant of the British Army here, don't you know, chaps like me were born ready.
Clean crockery, clear cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think.
Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. Oh my god. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. But could I have?
Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. Oh my god, the mouse.
Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I'd like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Something wrong, Reno? Oh, not exactly, it's just... fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? It's quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random for London's 6 million inhabitants, you know. So I've been led to believe. Something tells me I'm being duped. Yeah, this is not random. not random at all. There's like grounds for retrial, or if anything.
Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there's never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents its photographic print of the crime scene.
Yep, that's him.
The court will observe there's a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory.
Oh, that's not good for Gina. And what's that supposed to tell us?
It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say.
Oh.
The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, this court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please.
Is this we're gonna get an updated autopsy report? I don't know if, are they gonna pull that on us?
I announce to the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor has found the storeroom, where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry. A door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only two persons present. The victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet.
That's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Oh boy.
Objection!
Can't jump to conclusions here. Must assume her guilt because of what she has done to survive.
My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful big purse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth.
Witnesses, huh?
The court will take the floor pan and firearm and
I missed that for a second.
hand them to bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At once, my lord.
Are the witnesses perhaps the two people that, the two thugs that ran away? This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo. I think that's because it has. Oh god. Already.
Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank on 16th April of this year.
Yep, it's them. Mr. Gregson.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Who are these two?
The name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is a baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's same as him.
Professional baddie.
Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector.
That's right.
We're what they call
the Three Scotland Brothers.
What are you looking at me for? Don't know me with you lot.
Oh, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going for?
It's all above. Lost contact with him we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital.
And then last night we came across you. The very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo?
It is, Nash, he is. The very spit of him.
So we sat there and what was gonna do? Was gonna call you? Oh my god. Big bruv Sulky.
Come on, leave it out, you two.
Sulky Skulkin. McSulky Skulkin? That's before he's run out of chips.
Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft.
Thieves, are they, these three?
No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me with this lot. 2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle, and in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime.
By Jove, you mean to say, what extraordinary coincidence!
Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder.
They also shot someone.
Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow.
Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I'll permit them to take the stand.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you are now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Happy to. 'Cause skulls never skulkin'.
Get out of it!
My god, where these guys come from? Professional baddies. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours. The cafe door was ajar, see?
It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was.
Oh, it's a gun inside. Core blimey lummy. We had a gunshot from the back room.
We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside.
We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. You left because you shot someone and we chased you out. Well, not we chased you out. You ran away.
A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom for the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within only the victim and the accused were found.
I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned to silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. No, it's all nonsense, because I saw it with my own eyes. I have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is.
Hold it!
The front door of Winterbanks is ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Ringo?
Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town.
I know it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo?
I'm not so sure, Nash. Seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky, me old knucker? Mucker. Leave me alone.
If it was a small lamp burning inside, that's what alerted us to the situation in the first place.
And when these gentlemen ventured the open establishment, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade already had the muzzle of a gun trained by the unfortunate victim.
It's pure conjecture.
Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside.
Right, that's what happened.
Hold it!
What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say. Don't they, Ringo?
They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon.
God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it?
It weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time.
You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it.
It was a sign that a long-lost brother was inside.
They're not very good liars, are they?
Well, you can't deny it. Unless to a bloke what looks just like our bruv. I said, cut it out!
These chips are getting a chomping today.
Hold it!
A gunshot, you say? Just the one? You sure about that?
Yep,
Just the one. Just the one, Governor. I can swear to that.
it was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? The firearm he used belonged to the victim himself.
Yes, Mr. Windibank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember.
We examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Windibank used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true. I remember saying that as well.
So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon.
That might be true.
Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused.
Wonderful.
Hold it!
You mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom?
If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance to the street, there's only one other door, that of the storeroom.
Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning. Not much to see by.
And the door was hidden behind the curtain and all.
That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door?
Eh?
Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think.
Oh, well, your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond to one of two ways in hearing a gunshot or a scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My Lord Deputy's friend, it would seem, is of the former.
Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night.
Thank you, counsels. So I believe we all understand the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses.
You did more than that, but sure, let's press. You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story?
Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash. It was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out, me loose lockets.
So if no time to get your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. If we ain't more than violence, peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers.
We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out of me loose lockets.
So you'd clearly like us to believe.
Eh?
Come again. As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run to anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person?
Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say?
Ah! Blimey, Governor.
You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway?
It was.
Why the bleeding on?
Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun. And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes. Did you, actually? There's a rumor he rushed to the hospital.
On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered by these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, you say, counsel.
Okay, I think this is going to come around to the guns were switched or something like that. We're going to have to, like, if we have that ability at this point in time, like in the timeline, Where it can do the like the ballistic stuff.
The court would hold this weapon as evidence.
Skulkin Brothers gun.
Now, my learned Nipponiese friend.
Yes?
Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
I'll need evidence, because I was there.
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence about the vast claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on.
Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibanks that night.
The court demands that all claims are found with clear proof, but evidence shows that these witnesses had loaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night.
That, I think. But we'll accept that, though. Not really much else. Is there anything else on the paper? Pawnbroker perishes in pig-purse plunder. How awful. Virginia, I mean. Tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Divers Dauntlessly Do-Gooder, right? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps? Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. Is it now? Anything else? There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Nara certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communication between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would someone be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? We've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Ryuno? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Stronghart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be. That could explain why he has Grexy running from pillar to post at the moment. Oh. The newspaper is relevant. Oh my god. I guess we could present this.
Take that!
Now it's in this portfolio.
What on earth they have there, counsel?
During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains.
Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do? How arrogantly Nipponese of you.
Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results of this portfolio.
And you claim to have the evidence in the courts demanding therein?
Yes, my lord.
No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene?
I mean, this one.
Take that!
What is that? Explain.
It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbroker on the day of the incident.
From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? If my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there.
Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death.
The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. This indicates a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th.
That's right. While this is irrefutable, the defense believes this credible evidence witness did fire a round from the gun in the pawnbroker's shop that night.
Nah! Order! How's the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks?
He's gonna throw it. He's gonna throw it.
If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection.
What? Oh, yep, there we go. Had to wait a minute.
But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbroker illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Eh? Take it easy there, Governor. You can let us in the soup. You've had a deal. You weren't going to get into the details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add.
So he knew, did he? Van Zieks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes.
It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zieks?
Oh! He's saying that their gun shot that, and that they didn't shoot Mr. Windibank because they shot that. I see. So we have to prove that the guns were switched, or something like that.
As has been established at the point of the arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target, Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim.
Ah!
In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all.
So that's it. Oh my god. Secret hashing. That's it. We don't have nothing to do with it.
We didn't, Ash, we didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder. Quite a catalogue, eh? Hey, fellas? We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers and questioned somewhat regularly.
Where's he going with this?
Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look.
He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device.
Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he'd be caught red-handed.
The prosecution obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced according to the sultry faction.
Wait a minute. Are some of these going to be stereoscopic? Oh no. Like, the size of this photograph or print makes me believe they might pull that.
Rather prodigal, I feel. Prodigal. In fact, there are two such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. But further court to the plan of premises, the impressive positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour? I'm afraid I failed to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
That's what we were saying.
One can only pray the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
Yeah, that's a bit of fire talk, eh, bruv?
Lady Lux loves a skulking.
What was that line in the defunct that video? This never happens to the... I forgot the name of that family. This never happens to us.
What time did trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1. Right, bruv? Must have been, Nash. Must have been, yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers enter the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let's examine the evidence. Good lord! It's the defendant!
Oh, well, that doesn't look good.
Miss Gina Lestrade!
That's bad. That's really bad, actually.
As the court can clearly see,
that's bad. That's very bad for us.
The accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel.
I don't believe it. Ginny.
In short, the accused is the only person could have possibly killed Mr. Winterbank.
Ooh, that's bad for us. That's real bad for us. Say my lord. Oh, who?
Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet in the knee in the Battle of Maiwan, 1880, don't you know? Take a raid for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a battle can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us in the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle of retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. Here I am now, leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one.
But they say innocent, though. That'd be funny.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a matter of speaking, yes. This is the Gyarados squadron position, sir.
What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here.
Staff support for the court, men, on the double.
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times. That goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it.
I would have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop.
I'm very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leading in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
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 Well, the old man is looking for something.
It does indeed appear the jury's unanimous in its leading already.
That photograph must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wished to assert its right to summation examination.
Very well, the court grants permission.
So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. Well, I beat you twice before with it.
Mr. Foreman, all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. All the evidence clearly points the figure of guilt in this young pickpocketing. Pickpocketian.
As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now.
Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop.
In motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I'm convinced brothers are innocent.
Oh my god. The brothers are innocent.
The circumstance of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom, blocked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Taken from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. Young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Hartley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you.
Yeah, but you didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. Which means there's more of the situation than we've yet to see. Agreed.
You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
Alright. Here we go.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garrideb, aren't you? You really must stop meeting like this.
Ah, you're the lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then.
Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Look at Mr. Sholmes now, we're able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything.
Huh, can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garrideb house was the talk of the town of that business. Lodges moved out, I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Jody yet. Bad enough the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. He did do rather a lot. But not for us, that's for dash certain.
I suppose not.
Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously.
Obviously, but honestly, I really should pay more attention to the trial, unless I'm juror number 2. What?
Hold it!
Is she the maid now? Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpurses, and crossmen. The scum of the earth! A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. Though up to me, all those back slums are made spick and span and eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. Referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Grant's magazine between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. That's one way to put it. Mr. Sholmes, a maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum of the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail, it was the 2 brothers in stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Hey, that helped. We're gonna pit 2 and 6 against each other, that's for sure. What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Protection.
But there's no indication if that ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Ooh, how'd you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old seeing 2 prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating. It's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, think you'll find the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspective we could only dream of before. Greatest invention the world has ever seen. I feel like you give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you.
If I've left it there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now.
Hold it!
Sir? What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You're talking about having left something somewhere, or something like that.
Ah, I'm so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon.
Surgeon? That totally passed me by.
Of course, people conducting surgery in this country are considered to be doctors, oh no! Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field.
So, what is it that you think you've left behind?
Ah, well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest.
Did you leave a tool in someone? Oh my god, did you leave a tool in someone?
You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere.
Oh no! What? Did he? Surely not.
Exactly. Surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's body? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really.
That's one way of putting it. The other's manslaughter.
That's exactly my concern. Seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you could be without being sure.
I'm sure you need to be more sure. Well, we're not getting anything off him. She's certainly changed from her typewriter to...
Hold it!
Yeah. Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop! Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Roller mail steamers take more than a month to complete a journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages to electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cable has been laid across the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You know the gif of the shark that bites the fiber optic cable? You're well informed, young lady. The cable will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission of the future. Stop. Message carried by over airways to the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. As the electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Oh, do we have to pit her and the stereoscope guy against each other at some point? Possibly. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What other piffle? I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. Oh, that death glare.
Excuse me.
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about Juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare you. Goodness. Are you talking to me? I think you just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know! Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs of a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, you could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, Runo? Any prints we could look at for the stereoscope? Absolutely. How about this print here? Should do the trick, I think. Oh, we don't have... Okay. Guess we could try this.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. You say you could do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then. I can demonstrate. I'll be glad to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Oh. Ooh.
Take that!
Wait, sorry? What do you mean, one more print? Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how the stereoscope works? Runo! What? You need 2 photographs of stereoscope, remember? I picked the wrong ones. Let's try again. You know, one for the left eye and one for the right. Uh-oh. Oh, yes, I remember now. The print we have from the pawnbrokery is just a normal photograph. No, I think you'll find. But the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You only need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, If we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. Ah, we could! Ha 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 ha! I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me.
Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council?
Yes, yes, yes.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not Violent Bolshevik, the Russian revolutionary. A revolutionary? Oh, that guy.
Nah, even though such a rumor.
It's just a rumor.
As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal.
Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out.
People call me a revolutionary, murderer, autocrat.
At which Glavitz? Good day, I'm visiting London for sightseeing.
I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Alright, that didn't sound staged at all. Forgive me for having my doubts.
To be treated like vicious criminal all the time is very painful. People do not realize. So much sympathies for these brothers. People say they're criminals only because of how they look.
Skulkin Brothers.
Ah, maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop, but they have done nothing wrong. That's all I want to say.
Skulkin Brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Bruno? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes! It's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks, for all the world, like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. I wish I knew, too. I can't change the minds of more than half these 6 jurors. The trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yeah, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. So ready to go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Okay.
Objection!
These statements clearly contradict each other.
Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself.
Oh my statement? Contradictory?
C-O-N.
Juror number 6, you got the wrong end of the stick.
I do not have stick. I have mouse.
You sure do. Juror number 2 said earlier. When Skulkin Brothers fled the sea on the night in question, they fired a shot from the revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear? Let me guess.
Abdomen.
Sir?
Sorry. My English is still learning.
You are telling the court you didn't hear.
Forgive me. I did not hear. Here is word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. Is this what you mean? You should say in plain English. I'm Russian, not native speaker.
You thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again?
So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before we never done nothing, but truth is they shot detective? This is double negative.
Yes, that's exactly right. Oh no, don't squeeze!
Lying is wrong, especially when lies said by a person who looks like criminal.
Stop squeezing it! Coming from you, that seemed surprisingly prejudiced.
This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true?
Well, according to police report, no stolen goods are found, so...
Enough! I trust no one now.
It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir.
I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself.
I'm afraid there won't be Yes, it is, Runo. Easily. Sorry. With the prints of Hurley's red-handed recorder. If you compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim if she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused move in the storeroom. Meanwhile, the skulking brothers enter the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight.
Hey, give it though. It was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell. Nothing has been taken. That does seem to be the case. Oh, but things have shifted. I see it's obviously missing in the second print. Oh.
So, the brothers who look like criminals totally won lie. They shot the man, but they stole nothing.
It would seem so, yes.
Good.
No, not good.
You were right. I did not understand situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it's very important to continue with trial.
Hey, there we go. That was all it took, for one. Yay! Well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, to start, I suppose. There must be more in what these jurors are saying that can be used to expose the truth. If I can do that, we just might turn the situation in our favor still.
Thank you, counsel. Continue the summation examination. I kindly have that new photographic.
Yes! Thank you. Now we have 2 photos. My friend, the court record. We can make use of that.
Let us present. A lake of lies on many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore I say Goldie not verdict.
Court record. The new photograph. Oh, guess we just press him.
Hold it!
Can it really show up new clues, though? Don't know unless you try. How about this print here? Should do a trick, I think. Okay, yeah. Do this first one.
Take that!
One more print.
Take that!
Present. Here's a present. Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera in Winterbanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereoscopic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. Did have a lesson only yesterday. Left and right eye images need to be the same, with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it knows that the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in 2 pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then? No, because obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally anyway. Oh! Of course, now I see. I think you'll go discover the secret. I have! Oh, stop! Stop! Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have a look at these 2 pictures from Harley's camera, Runo. Go on! Oh, besides the, there are 2 people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try to look at pictures in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. That's kinda... I have to, like, look at my OBS capture. I don't know if I can do that well enough. Oh, no, I can, kind of. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Runo? I'll just lie and say I did see it. Ah! What's going on with these 2 pictures? So they give the counter sort of, they just jump out at you. Stop! 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 You can't keep getting away with this! Yes, that's it, you see! That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes! Other amazing power? Someone going to explain this? Black magic, eh? Why do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, huh? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question, so they moved somehow. Basic principles of the stereoscope. As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift in the position of certain objects that let you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, it shows that actually, there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. But what's that prove?
Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil this shift between the two prints exists in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master.
What? Me? I haven't the first idea.
You know, Bruno, it's quite simple.
It is? Just think it through step by step.
The first photograph is taken at 1 a.m.
Then 30 minutes later,
the second photograph is taken. But some items on the counter appear to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means...
that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone's tampered with things on the counter.
Zokos!
Someone tampered!
No information! Stop! Not mention testimony stuff. Stop!
Yes, we've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in the simulation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is now clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom?
I suggested you might know.
Of course. I'll tell you right now who's responsible for the almost imperceptible shift of the items in the court. Did I say one of these guys? Or good old Pop Winterbank? Well, are we trying to aim it back to the brothers then? Is that what we're aiming for? Do we choose one of the brothers? Because it feels weird to like only choose one of them if we're searching for one person. I guess I'll go for it though, because if we're gonna pin this, we're gonna move the blame away from Gina, then I guess we gotta do the brothers, right? It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers.
Wait! This does not agree with what brother said in testimony before. It said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrasebook says dukes as meaning hands, and Lucy Lockets as meaning pockets. What, is this another lie? This is what you are saying?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Hold on there, man, you can't be sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is a common pickpocket after all. Perfectly possible that she went through things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely.
And why exactly?
As you can see from this photographic print, the fan was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winnebaker to open the storeroom door. In other words, Mrs. Strahd's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop. Give her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have admitted key facts in their testimony. Nothing cute as a pig purse. Common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact, worse than a pig purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves?
Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair.
With what? I guess... Did you want to keep your gloves? I guess. Can y'all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Hold on to the degree. Stop. Let's purchase after trial. Stop. Don't turn over for Regent Street. Stop. She's convinced. She's convinced.
Well, it would seem this trial is yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. Hereby call the summation examination conclusion with the balance all to the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And now this trial to continue.
Yay! Well done. Oh, by the way. What? You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice on trial be unusual, surely. But, alright. Stereoscope is an errand to the court record.
Lord Van Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them.
Where's he gonna throw it? He's gonna throw it?
I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord.
I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night, at least. I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina's innocent. Man, if early Harlock Sholmes were here, he could provide some testimony that could help. Or some evidence, or something. Anything, really. You know, we've been going for 4 hours. But I kind of want to keep going. You know what? Screw it. Long stream. Long stream time. Let's do it.
Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand.
Oh, they look... Ooh, they look flustered.
I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination.
Oh, but yeah, Governor.
I did, Gov. I did.
Mr. Skulkin.
God, blimey!
This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it?
It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes on me Lucy Lockets.
However, that was a lie. You brothers.
God, blimey!
On the night in question, you rifled the diamonds in the victim's counter.
We never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out?
You just said it.
Because you just said so, Fox Boy. You will now give formal testimony once again. You'll tell the court precisely what happened the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chance of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov, we'll hear ya. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach.
Okie dokie. The whole truth. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but weren't rifling for nothing.
It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying.
Lummy didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next.
We stuck everything back where we found it in Scarpin, straight into him in the black.
We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? Okay, well...
So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question.
Not ransack, Governor, no.
That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah. Sorry.
By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbroker under dubious circumstances.
However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess.
The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all.
We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't you make us sound a bit more cutthroat?
Can't just be coincidence these men showed up at Windibanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. illegal.
Hold it!
Sure you weren't rifling for anything? If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. We'd admit something like that, people think we was up to no good. Well said, Rico. Me old China. We only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Land yourselves in even more trouble. But that's rotten luck. Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why'd you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tied the place up. Sorry. That was when we had the gunshot.
Hold it!
So what he's saying is, the sounds of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah. That bag of nerves needs to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright. Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up with that bang. Big brother here scared like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, candlestick, and some skull whatnot. I got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked over the scales on the floor. You've really mastered working quietly then. What a racket, me granny would scared back into a grave if it climbed like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some! He was quiet as a mouse and all of a sudden, bam! Yeah?
Excuse me!
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now what Mr. Skulkin said. Make you think of something?
It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only. Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details.
How about you just tell us what's on your mind?
As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. The statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now.
Did it?
You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov. Might have. Doesn't ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony's been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I should be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them.
Easy, easy!
We're get it right this time.
That's it, yep. Yeah, it's all coming back to me now.
Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds. Sirs. Right you are, Gov.
Gotcha, we heard a voice calling out. Give me that gun.
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously.
We did, Gov, we did.
Although, suppose you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all.
If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun.
Oh.
Kind of thing.
Career in acting tragically missed. And where are the voices coming from? Could you tell?
Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was.
From the storeroom, where the victim was found dead.
And the voice you heard, is that the victim, Mr. Winterbank? On McGrady's life, of course it was.
On his granny's life, of course it was. So that would mean they both knew Mr. Winterbank and the sound of his voice?
So that would mean what? What? Hash what? Any ideas? Yes, counsel, indeed it would.
No, we didn't know the geezer.
How am I supposed to deny when that bloke at all the fancy club is giving us all the evil eye? If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me granny's life it is!
On his granny's life it must be! good job, his granny's That is a good point. To summarize, then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tidied up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. Look what on, the place was holding a gun, so you should have just fine steadied out the girl.
Hold it!
Saying Mr. Windblink had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, but there was a sight, eh? The two waving them guns at each other. It's got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot." Didn't really sound like he meant it, More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Winterbank was known to keep a revolver on the shop counter at all times. People said that protect the articles is keeping. He'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That's someone being himself, of course. I was about to point that out. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person who was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. Bet he wished he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting. Give me that gun. It was directly after those words that he heard the gunshot. It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun! Bam! Kinda thing. Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed. Then we have the sound of someone hitting the deck. For everything but dead quiet. After that, we done a slip-dash job tying the place up. My god.
Hold it!
So, you didn't try and open the storeroom door then? On your life! It went definitely quiet after that did, but the wind ran out me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so I've been led to believe. Was, Gov, it was, from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what's going on there, did we? How would you know if it's locked if you didn't try it? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like, through the keyhole, or a spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. Better cut and run before we know safer like that. We're still cutting our teeth this game, see? But one day... we'll really cut the mustard. Please cut it out. But as we know, behind that door is the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Chino was in there unconscious, with the gun in her hand. Wait, where's Winterbank's gun? Where's Winterbank's gun? Oh, wait. Unless... hold on. But wait. They can't have been holding guns at each other. If only Winterbank's gun was the one that... that is Winterbank's gun. So they can't have been pointing guns at each other. That's right, Gov. That's right. Good enough, even if we wanted to.
Hold it!
Yeah, so upon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, your mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. A mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so they clapped the derbies on us like winking. After you've been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yes. But listen, that proves it, doesn't it, eh? Could have shot the pawnbroker, see?
Hold it!
Why should we believe that? Yeah? What? Well, it's true, ain't it?
The place totally helped you when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windibank. Correct? You got it, mister.
Down to a T. So the Skulkin Brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windibank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony. What is it, Runo? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Make such a logical thank you, I'll probably laugh. I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. Nothing more than a feeling, though. The proofs support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry. People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You take all that and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You conclude there's something suspicious about the testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Yeah, they weren't holding guns at each other. So... shall we use the photograph, which shows her holding a gun but not Windibank? Or the gun itself, which belongs to Windibank? I think we should go with this. Because this shows that she has Windibank's gun. Let's try it.
Objection!
Hey! That's right. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun? Is that correct? That's it. That's it, Gov. You got the picture.
Yeah, he is, Dash, he is. No question.
Yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows Mr. Windibank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection! You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel.
Yeah, that's right.
Too right, Dash. Too right. The old geezer could have been out to turn the tables on the girl, eh?
Hardly likely.
No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue the cross-examination, counsel. And heed my earlier warning, witnesses.
God. Skulkin's never skulking.
Hold it!
Try pressing again, just in case. So they say it happened like that. Let's go back to this. Bowling from the back. Wait a minute. They just did the scene where they were facing each other, but it's in his back. And if they're facing off.
Objection!
Let's try this. So you're saying, on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? Oh. Yet photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description. Oh, okay. This particular thing. I'm glad I wasn't penalized for that other one.
You what?
Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection! There can be no question the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand.
So they were lying again. Yeah, that will totally use the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam.
Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there.
Eh?
The crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony. Give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out.
Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in witnesses' portrayal of the victim's final moments?
Well... Oh, this actually went right to it. The autopsy report. Single bullet wound from the back.
Take that!
Oh, the music didn't stop. Uh-oh. Core of their testimony. The witnesses claim to have heard a shout of, "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so I've been led to believe.
Or so we've been led to believe, indeed. Since it's right now that testimony is true, I mean, at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, the autopsy report clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So as I stated before, there's undeniable inconsistency into your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Yeah, grah. But it's the God's honest truth.
It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night.
The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw with all bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun? Oh, but they just said he didn't see him. Someone like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses. The night in question, they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
Nash,
Yeah. These two idiots.
Order! Witnesses, explain yourselves at once!
Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to.
It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that the false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony for nude lies?
Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we,
Cut it out, Nash, cut it out! If we blab now, you know what it'll do to us.
He? Who are they talking about?
Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There was no other option available to you.
For once, I'm thankful for Van Zeeks. Bruv, come on, the game's up.
What? You'll have our guts for garters.
Case hasn't quite sunk in yet. No matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out.
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. Demand you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Well...
Do we have to?
On pain of death.
I suggest you make yourselves fully aware this is your very last chance to tell the truth.
Thank goodness. The whole actual truth.
Alright, so we just got inside the cafe and he was sigh of relief when the geezer showed up his mug.
Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it.
Good old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
I pulled a gun on him, and he legged him through that door in the back room.
We'd have had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main path of the shop?
Well, yeah. Sorry.
Well, we find ourselves in an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But honest, Governor, this time.
This time, Nash, this time, we've got nothing more to hide.
Very well.
Counsel defense may proceed your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
God.
This is the moment I've been waiting for.
My God.
Count of the victim. Start pressing. Say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Winterbank.
Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right.
Bill was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gap, obviously. Never thought no one was going to come out of the back room like that. Back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom.
Yeah, that must have been where he popped up from. Only place it could have been.
So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must have been there at that point as well. That doesn't make sense, does it? She didn't threaten Mr. Winterbank in the storeroom with her at gunpoint. Then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at the time?
What, that malt jeweler? Couldn't tell ya.
No way, cobbler. We'd have bigger fish to fry then. The old geezer just lost it.
Hold it!
Okie dokie. Next one. So Mr. Winterbank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them at the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? The truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim Mr. Winterbank wielding a gun at the time?
Was he ever? Blimey lummy, great ugly barrel he had, point straight at me front his piece.
What you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Winterbank with the gun at that time, am I right?
It is, Gov, it is. Spot on.
Then all of a sudden, he came at us, he did.
It was bedlam. I didn't know it was going for who.
You're clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, we thought we'd had it. I mean...
Hold it!
Yes, I know that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too.
Well, yeah, of course we did.
You knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some scroll whatnot.
I got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, and knocked up scales on the floor.
So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, Big Bravo went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell you, and your geezer pinned him.
He did, Dash, he did. If he hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There's a button underneath the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. The brothers fled the scene back on the streets. They ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Winterbank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Winterbank? No, never. I was just, looking out for me, bruv, weren't I? It was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran out through the door and shoved himself in. There's something about that last remark. It doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Winterbeck ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him. With a gun. Yes, that's right. She allegedly used Mr. Winterbeck's gun to threaten him and force him up to the storeroom door. In which case, how'd the gun end up in Mr. Winterbeck's hands again? I have no idea. The head is strange, isn't it? Only consistency could be significant. Make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and me brother here.
That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and me brother here.
Hold it!
So he had nothing to do with it? Nothing at all.
Nothing, Gov, nothing. Your geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he?
Looked it was, from the inside.
We know it was, 'cause we tried to open it.
It's a decent door, that one. Good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch.
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storm with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel?
I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot Mr. Winterbank? Oh. I just remembered something. We saw into the storeroom, even though it was locked, because it had a little hatch that you could see into. Yeah, because we saw them before the police got there. So they could have absolutely shot through that. Yeah, it could have been. Mr. Skulkin. Eh? What?
What's that look for?
From the moment you admit that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did.
What's your point, my learned friend?
The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Winterbank? It's belief the defense of the defendant is not the only possible answer at all.
You have my attention. In that case, let's return this plan to the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of the two conundrums.
Two, my lord. Twice as many chances to be right. Maybe.
Indeed, namely, from what location the culprit shoot the victim, and furthermore, where was the victim at the time?
Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Runo? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. I can prove there's a credible new alternative to what happened. It would change Gina's prospects hugely. Yeah, it's because the little hatch you can open.
Show the court on this plan the answers to the question posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, negate it from where the person could have fired the gun.
Right about here.
Take that!
Defense believes culprit could have shot the victim from this location here.
And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time?
He was inside.
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom.
Continue.
Mr. Winterbank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Look at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor. It doesn't appear that the body was moved after death. This tells us he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter from when the fatal bullet was fired? So it looked like he was facing away from the door because he fell forward onto the ground. That makes sense.
You adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom.
Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' early testimony, I pulled my gun on him, and they legged it through that door in the back room. Mr. Mr. Winnebank ran away through the door. We have to assume that the door was open at the time. Oh, that's also true. I thought it would be through the little hatch. Surprised at this moment when the victim was fleeing for his life. But these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back when he was inside the storeroom. Nah.
Gah!
Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving on to the finding in Scotland Yard's coroner. Reports state that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory.
Oh, if he was running away and he shot, that could be it.
It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Which Ringo is. Oh wait, no, but the other guy had the gun. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. If the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body in an upward trajectory. So the culprit is necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winnebank.
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten. The storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. Claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock?
But... If someone else locked the door. Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door.
Is that so?
Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court.
Sarah just described the defense's
Assertions that the victim shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside?
Well, the only person in the room was Gina.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd! You're suggesting the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions only serve to tighten the noose around her neck.
I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel?
Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it?
Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please.
Of course, Jenny would lock the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does. Well, if I was Jenny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door. Oh yeah, because they shot him. Gina doesn't want to be shot, so she locked the door so she doesn't get shot. I mean, those two burglars just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. Before two brothers arrived, Mrs. Stroud and Winnebank were in the storeroom together. I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Winnebank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom.
Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom.
Yes, it would. And probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back with a bullet, Mr. Winnebank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. What we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who just murdered Mr. Winnebank. Just as the thought struck Mrs. Straw, she slammed the door shut and locked it. In order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean,
We ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one.
Objection!
you shot Sherlock Holmes? Sherlock Holmes? That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Winnebank's murder.
Yeah, gah.
That's amazing, Runo. All the methods judges seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever. Probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely I have to get a verdict of not...
An admirable effort, my learned friend.
What's this now? He's laughing?
You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks? I myself find the fence's argument most persuasive.
Oh, did we forget something important?
I dare say such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers of eventual Eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here.
What?
The hypothesis you put forward so substantially credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, contains a fatal flaw.
A fatal flaw?
Do you mean to tell me you're unaware of your logic's failing?
I say, Lord Van Zeeks.
Might it not be ideal to explain this badly conjuring trick or whatever to troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets.
Oh. Yeah, I guess I can see it. If we have ballistics analyzing at this point in history, then we could use that. Because there's 2 bullets that are in play. The one in the calendar and the one in Windibank. So, what if Windibank... What if... I guess we'll see where he's going with this before I go any further.
By George, count bullets!
Oh dear. He noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about?
Counsel.
Yes, sir.
Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime?
2. 2 bullets.
Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene.
Indeed. That fence presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which entered Mr. Sholmes appears to have been passed through his body to strike the calendar.
Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun.
Okay.
Yes, indeed it does. Single bullet from each.
Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes.
Oh, I see now. I see it perfectly. If that's true, then they didn't shoot another bullet. Because they only shot 1. Oh, man. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness. I think you'll find
that the single bullet was fired from the brother's gun hits the Sholmes, it means.
Windibank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop.
Exactly. Yes, this Nipponi street performer presented an substantially credible argument. However, doesn't have anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny.
Dang, he's got you there.
Order!
Oh.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollow nectar in the public gallery.
Lord Van Zeeks!
But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past rule of criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbroker in the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present.
That disc.
I'll appreciate getting one of it as a McGillis down the yard, thank you very much.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. It's mine.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGill has to be taken in as evidence now.
What? Yes, the music box disc. McGilda's music box disc.
The very day before the hateful murder, Mr. Winterbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. If not the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add. By brute force and brazen impudence.
Good gracious!
Well, we know the truth of that situation, though. We know the truth of that one. And I wonder if the cameras picked that up, actually. Do they have... we have to see if they have the photographs of the previous day.
Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. The no death switches girl would not stoop if pushed. No crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril.
I see. Thinking it would be prudent to take this music box disc in evidence, counsel. It's a grim testament to defendant's character.
Lord Van Zeeks, I am.
Inspector Gregson? What?
Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard for the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed a disc would be used as evidence.
What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all.
I'm unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted, thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, bailiff.
Hey, wait, there's blood on that, actually.
Prosecutor established the accused's motive, opportunity, and basis of character.
Let's check that now, actually. Before this goes any further. Let's check that blood. Now we have the opportunity to. Oh, Rudo, look! This is blood! Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I might have noticed that before. Haha, that's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still for that disc, Rudo. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash. And... Ecto Cooler! We've seen that before! Oh, a lovely bright shade again! Wait, the color? What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Let's take a look at that now. Green. That's the same green. If that's blood from Herlock Sholmes, then his blood's on the disc. Eh? Then why?
There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and arrest my case.
I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo.
My lord, what if I might say something at this point? Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling around a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden... The answer's badly obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it.
Oh no.
Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as a defense culpability.
Guilty.
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 Heck. You're so close. But so far.
We have a consensus among the jury, it seems.
But you have eliminated the impossible. Whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. Still more to this case than we realize. It must be, because there's only one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gia did shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt. That's your weapon.
Very well. We will proceed to the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you the other jurors ready?
Garden Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir.
Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty.
Alright. Judicial findings. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say, Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. There's only 2 bullets found at the scene. I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every way you look at it, it was that pickpocket.
I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief.
The accused him to the death of the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
I'm ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings. There's nothing I do not know about guns.
Oh, hey. You're talking about ballistics.
It would seem there's little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by a chap in black. When that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I had jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more.
The whole courtroom's turning against me. It's not fair. Iris, that prosecutor's being mean. Because Jay's done something she shouldn't have done in the past. Doesn't make her a murderer.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually.
That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Slap. Slap, 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 clap, clap, clap. Yes, my lord.
Let's go and do it.
Okay.
Start pressing him.
Hold it!
Just because Miss Lestrade's a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying?
Ah, well.
Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge?
I beg your pardon. Are you mocking Your Majesty's Royal Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world?
No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier, pickpocket, is wrong and dangerous.
Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose. Let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through. Can't deny it.
You said she'd shown she had it in her. Referring to this?
Exactly. Tried to swipe that a day earlier. I'm mistaken.
We'd have to prove that Mr. McGilden told her to do it. But, you know, we can't, because he's dead. He was actually there at the time. It's hard to refute that. Never actually seen the real thing. Can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, of course. They keep baiting me and doing the wrong voice. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of this disc, didn't he? Ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. We still know what tune it plays, though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. Gilda's disc. Could there be a clue somehow? I should examine in more detail. We already got the blood from it, so... Press U.
Hold it!
The number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets are fired, and 2 guns are fired and they'll be examined by the police. And the parlor maid asks how many invited for dinner. I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Is your employer down of thieves? So I suppose. If there were another bullet somewhere of which we are unaware... I'd have to reconsider my position. Hey! That's what we go for. A third bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? I shouldn't say I can prove it yet. Fortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during the investigation. Yes, I know. I can't prove it yet. Aren't you good, Miss Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything? Mr. Bullet, while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well... I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt. And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. Sounds like a crime scene to me. A 3rd bullet. It'd completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it? Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere? Well, I'll press the rest of them, but I think juror number 6 might have some idea.
Hold it!
I need to get another sippy. I'm running out of water. Back to this again. You see in 3 dimensions. Like this. So if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them. I think you'll find. And no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock. Why are you so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulker brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, sure it's come to focus now, isn't it? It's a waste of time. Not gonna change this man's mind anytime soon.
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? Defense life is on the line here.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Huh?
I mean, there's no question the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. Quite inexplicable, don't you think?
The bullet vanished from his stomach? That's new. I almost don't want to ask, but the surgery you've been muttering about all this time. You're operating on...
What was the fellow's name now? Hairlick? No. Herlock?
Oh.
No, Hairlock.
Herlock Sholmes, by any chance.
Yes, good lord. It was that Hairlock fellow.
What? You're the surgeon operating Mr. Sholmes?
That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy.
Let me see, that fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. Said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. The funny thing is, went over since as the fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere.
That's because it went to the calendar.
Just had a friend to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up.
And do you think you left something in him? Oh god. Hate to state the obvious, but...
Yes?
Sure, that's because the bullet's still at the scene of the shooting.
The counsel for the defense is correct. That's clearly shown this photographic print.
There we go.
Well, if they hit the Skulker brothers, find Mr. Sholmes hit
in the stomach region. Thanks to his body lodged to the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem 3-dimensionally. Oh god.
Ha! Who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do.
As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back?
Of course I did. And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign the bullet had left the body at all.
What? What?
That's the point! The only logical conclusion is that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Exactly what I said about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? So please explain how it happened. Can somebody please solve the mystery?
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. Where's next where you need one, huh? I'm just gonna go for it. Nope, wait, didn't mean to do that. And Zeke's managed to convince everyone. When you haven't eliminated the impossible, he said. But he hasn't. We're going to fight back. We need more material. We have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Where's an expert? We need one. There's an expert.
Objection!
Those statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit... Clearly contradict that the idea all I do is pit jurors against each other.
Oh, a ballistics expert. Pitting. P-I-T-T.
The night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. There's no sign of an exit wound on his back. Must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullets found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Turn number 6.
Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you.
Yeah? Sure is. The revolutionary? This apparent contradiction of facts is so clearly troubling during number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery?
I have seen very similar situations in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away mountain road and freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers hunting rifles, they were dog sleds.
Mental note, don't ask too many questions.
I was shot from behind. I fell down in snow. The situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. I could not find bullet in my body. No sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where'd the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why'd you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side.
What?
One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body.
Oh. So, if we check the bullet that's in the calendar, if there's a piece missing... Oh wait, no. Part of the bullet didn't break, the ice broke.
It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. Led to solution to mystery of disappearing bullet.
Well, I don't think there was ice in the shop, but...
But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting at in pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Runo, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, his stomach. So around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may... Lord Van Zeeks?
Well, I realize it's forbidden for the prosecution to interject during summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom.
Sorry?
As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch door to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other events related to the case. I personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Hey,
very well, but seemingly unconventional during a summation examination. I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Sherlock Sholmes' pouch.
well, hey, that actually helped.
I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes the night in question, isn't it?
So the blue one broke. Hopefully the blue one is, Wait, is the blue one something that would, like, not work against aesthetic well? Maybe that's why? Look at that! Oh, the files is broken, leather around it scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded.
Exploded?
So that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
It was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected into a wall of shop.
Well, there we go.
A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery's been solved at least.
though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much.
Glad I could help.
Due to its bearing of the conundrum just solved, the court will request the Scruffy pouch as evidence. At least pouch isn't Scruffy.
Let's examine it anyway.
Now the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion.
Please, my lord, a little more time. Oh, it's a new piece of evidence. A valuable clue. Can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. Still a way to turn this around. Somehow, I'm sure of it. Well, let's take a look at that thing right there. The Scruffy, not Scruffy pouch. Yep, that's, Oh, look, there's a hole here at the back. Doesn't look like much like a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow to have left its hole behind. Just looks that way. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken, look! Must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. Oh! Hey! Look at that! What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it? Ah, that's the Skulker Brothers' bullet! What a stroke of luck that hit his pouch. This amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night. Not exactly what Joe was talking about. The 3rd bullet! It's time to press the juror again, I think. Haha! Well, there we go. That changes things. Let's press you again. We can prove that now. I can prove it. Allow me to show you then. The 3rd bullet. It's my armband. The 3rd bullet.
Take that!
Literally called the 3rd bullet. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question, Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where'd you find that bullet?
It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
What?
This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he's taken to the hospital. Since then, it's been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by Skulker Brothers that night?
Yes, as your lordship has surmised, hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. Clearly visible in this photographic print.
2 guns from the scene have already been submitted in the court record as evidence.
Yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonging to the Skulker Brothers.
Examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. Until the incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Hey, there we go.
Order! While the summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter!
What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once!
Well, hey. Well, look at that. Just a moment.
Okay. Witnesses? Governor! We listened to your proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination.
We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make of it, Gov. I don't make nothing of nothing if I can't help it.
Is it one of yours?
Go blimey, Gov, go blimey, not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? What? Never! The Skulker brothers work alone!
Just the two of us, that's our trademark.
What about your third brother? How soon we forget poor Sulky?
Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was added from another gun. Where is it?
Lummy, that's an head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense?
Yes.
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Thinking back over all the testimony I've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. Are you? This third bullet tells about the Skulker brothers. Well, they do have a third brother, right? Or was he actually missing? I wonder. I'm going to assume it's another person, since they surely they wouldn't lie another time, right? On that night in Windibank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. The evidence all points to the fact there's someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Pig's will. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man, whose apparently wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy would be crushed. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof. Evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character.
Sculpins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding?
Well, counsel?
Supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice, reveal the person's identity even. Once prosecution demands, my lord, the defense is... Well, in this case, you've got it, right? I'll figure out something on the fly. Defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands.
So, my nipple-knees friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting.
Slap yourself into shape. Push forward now, there's no other option. Use every single piece of evidence available to me if it'll make a difference.
In that case, counsel, I ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you there was a third intruder present at the scene?
Third person. One bullet shot Sholmes' pouch. One bullet shot the calendar. One bullet shot Mr. Windibank. These 2 bullets are the same. Is that? But wait! Oh! this wouldn't be Sherlock Sholmes's blood then. So this bullet has someone else's blood on it.
Take that!
The evidence is right here in this portfolio.
By Jove, the portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim all those blood samples proves the presence of the third intruder. Well, which one is it?
It's this one. Because it's not Sherlock Sholmes's blood then, it's someone else's.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a blood stain, my lord.
A blood stain?
Green blood?
Curious even for you. Is the court to understand the intruder was some unhuman creature?
It's something developed by Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. By the great detective! New invention! Stop! Not gonna appear in stories! Stop! It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fog sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements of people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see. It's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Ooh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank.
Ah, striking blue.
Yes, so you see, the green color is blood stain on the calendar. Showed someone else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Now hold fire there, young man. Could be for some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, it's not unrelated. The date showing the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed.
By golly!
Therefore, we're going to assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
Then whose blood is it?
Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of someone else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still awaiting to hear. We can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder?
I mean, we don't know this guy's real name, but it could be him.
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict.
Eggert Benedict? What are you talking about, counsel?
Paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbroker the afternoon before the incident took place,
When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker and release his article into possession.
That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, they attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker.
Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes.
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. In the interest of being thorough, asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. The thief was red-handed recorder Gubbenses. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning.
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice?
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin? Never seen the games before in my life!
On me life, Gov, on me life, never seen them! Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion.
I'm sure your lordship recalls my lord Nip and his friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree. I see proof the clean-cut gentleman photograph is the filthy criminal we say he is. Wait, so... the blood on the disc was green. So that's Eggs Benedict. Egbert Benedict. John Egbert and Benedict. And the green on the... yeah, there we go. I'm feeling something's been missing in this trial from the very start. I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your answer to the court, then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. Defense will present the evidence now. Proof the man photographed was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. Oh, we can definitely prove that.
Take that!
Proof is right here in this portfolio.
Good gracious, counsel, that portfolio contains the answers to every question posed?
I see you share my interest in canary-colored liquids, my neighbor's friend, but... enough! The court demands to see further evidence. Which blood sample proves the man you identify as the one shot by the third bullet at the scene of the crime? This... and... this.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks.
Which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred.
But of course, sir, here's the disc for you.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine! Ah, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal! Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. The resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now.
Goodness, a bloodstain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom. Using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, we add the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green. Exactly the same color of blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier that day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. There was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets.
We talk about it's boiling here.
Lord, as he painted the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the court and testify. But we don't know his real name.
So it seems we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Yeah, we don't know his name. Erlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist is a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by the fantastical persona in the highest court of the land? In fact, as I take you seriously, the samples bear this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world will turn the same color. He's got a point. Well... the boot comes out. And pray, do not even think of suggesting we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Man, is he right, Mr. Sholmes concocted a load of rubbish? I don't know, I mean, he is a great detective. You're talking about, can't let him get away with that. Heck. He's got a point. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. I said this from the beginning. Are they going to believe that? But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. But how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words... the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief! What'd you just say, young girl?
And summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues, is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yeah, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. This is Sholmes' partner. There's a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. My god. After that shrewd pressing the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination is yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final readings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair, just conclusions. Oh boy. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Not guilty.
Hey! Alright.
2 called guilty and 4 called not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. Prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, they're too ignorant to be trusted the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue.
He has so much contempt for the jury. He has so much contempt for the jury every time.
Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible.
What?
The name the gentleman gave for himself, Eggard Benedict, is quite clearly false.
I don't believe it. Just why I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke?
Who spoke?
It was me, my lord. Chair number 5.
What have you to say, madam?
If possible. Inspector.
Eh? Me, ma'am?
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. I wonder which the gentleman is shown.
Right. Yes, this one, you mean? Of Mr. Benedict?
Does she recognize him? Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Chair number 5. You don't mean to say... You know this man? Yes, I know him. What?
No. Good gracious!
Hey, we can subpoena him now.
Order! Juror number 5, how on earth?
I'm a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also communications officer. Stop. He also works in my office. Stop. Oh my god, the twinkle in her eye. Oh my god. Very intelligent operator, in fact. Stop. He should be at the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. Doesn't seem right somehow. Can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagine the accomplice to be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. I suppose that's it. That's why I felt something's wrong.
Gentleman is at London's communication station. We should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zieks, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make necessary arrangements with all haste.
As your lordship bids.
My god. Court recess for 1 hour. When the new witnesses arrive, we shall convene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson?
Yes, my lord.
Should like to hear from you specifically about events in the pawnbroker the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m.
Well, please let this be a break, because I'm about done. Man, So I feel like we have like 1 or 2 more acts to go for this, right? So we're not... I feel like we still have like 1 good stream of this, at least. For the first game, at least. Alright. Alright. Man, this game's good. I like it a lot. Been a pretty long stream, but that was fun. That was fun. Hope you enjoyed too. Let's go to the goodbye screen. Alright. Where am I? Alright. Well, hope you all enjoyed today's stream. Appreciate people that stopped by. Appreciate the sub earlier. Yeah. This game's fun. I really want to keep playing it. But, a bit tuckered out tonight. My voice needs a rest. But alright. I'll see you again next time. I'll try to stream this again soon. We'll see. Like I said, don't have a schedule. But I do like playing games on stream. So, we'll see. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Take care, everyone. And, see you guys next time. Goodbye, everybody.